Gotta feed cat. Yeah, and as you can hear, yeah. I'm gonna feed you. So I'll be back in a minute. All right, how we doing? Other cat's about to lose his mind. Good to see all you. Hope you're having a wonderful day so far. I had some PC issues this morning that seem to have subsided after, some very rudimentary troubleshooting. um, but I think we're good. I think we're good. So sorry for being late. Hey, loading screen. Thank you for the tier 2 for the 8 months. I really appreciate it. You really wanted to keep that emote, huh? Well, you enjoy that. Thank you so much. Priz, how you doing? Sinju, Fan, Sen, Swin, Grasshopper, loading screen, Tenor. Hey, Priz, thank you for the 26 months. Right, I gaslight people to learning about Moe's. It's about as ridiculous as not knowing their... Is text-to-speech gonna read these? I really hope it just decides not to. There's a wild card. I never know if it's gonna work.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Quag cursed.
And where's the other one?
She's just a girl
Morning,
and
Urban Mech,
she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Apparently I gaslight people into learning about Moe's. That's about as ridiculous as not knowing that Redis health region can be calced by MHX, 1 plus 0.025, R, caret, minus 3R, where R equals 3 for 1 point and 10 for 2 points in Redis. Damn elitist chucklefucks.
That is the deep lore. For anyone who does not know, Prismatic and I were very involved in the most active time of BL3 theory crafting, and most things related to Moe's, like breakthroughs in theory crafting, came from like 3 people, Priz being one of them. And what Priz just put is one of the more cursed formulas for health regen in Borderlands 3 that annoyed people so much at the time. It had like its own section of, hey, don't come here in this part of like a Discord server. It was toxic. So basically, if you know, you know. Could have done the Amara version. The Amara version is worse. It's way worse. Anyway, so I want to do some Wonderland spell stuff and see what they do featured and event-wise today. Possible we switch to BL3 a little bit earlier in the stream, maybe. I've been just bouncing back and forth between games. I'm trying out different rings right now. Got some spell crit chance. I gave up some Some of that their double knot damage to do this. But I'm wondering if consistency is worth. Yeah, let's do featured actually, because I want to test this against the Maker. See how hard the damage drops off. Morning 9, how you doing? Alright, hard for your bucks for my fault. Stop it.
Time for a spell. Oh God, the look on your face.
Imagine if we had a projectile speed effect in this game. That'd be pretty nice. Good job, you. Can't complain too much. It doesn't one-shot anymore. Actually, I didn't have full ascension. It probably still would one-shot.
But I want to magic now.
Is Crit Connoisseur in this run? This new armor whose legendary effect is projectile speed. I'd use it. Like, think about how great that would be. Any crossbolt weapons, you could deliver faster. It might have a noticeable impact on things like the launchers with awkward projectile speeds. Now, a lot of those you'd want to slow down, but there are situations where speeding them up might help. I can think of a lot of spells that I would like to go faster. That's why I don't take that route. Okay, yeah, no curses. Does Forb know about your love work?
Choose, Fate Maker.
It's not an exclusive relationship.
You go on ahead.
Calamity spells? I don't know if I'd want calamities to be faster, necessarily. Because, like, if we look at the existing calamities, like in their current state, Extinction is better because it's slower. Imminent is worse, and it's the fastest one. Then I don't see how projectile speed would really affect the other types. I guess it'd be decent on raining, but like that doesn't solve any of the existing issues with raining, you know? Oh, you use some more Keanu in your life? This is true.
Let the magic begin.
Projectile hits in less than 1 second, quad dips. I'm not sure what you're getting at, son. How you doing, Roddy?
You have to do better than that.
I've adulting to do and I don't want to. Relatable, honestly. Very relatable.
Call the town crier. I'm up. This thing is huge. How do they find these monsters? Ooh.
God of War Ragnarok review embargo ends today. Stay safe for spoilers. Ooh, thank you for the heads up, Roddy. I will be probably muting some stuff on Twitter so that I don't get got. High chance that release day for that game, I just don't stream so I can blast through it. Although, again, I still need to make sure my PS4 works. And if it doesn't, inform a family member that I'm commandeering their PS5.
I'm just getting warmed up.
For PS4, me too. It was on stream like a year ago or something. One of my cats just knocked it off of like, so it's on that stand right there that you can see. It's like just out of frame, but it's there. One of my cats just knocked it over during a stream, and I just looked over it. I didn't even care enough to pick it up. It sat on the ground for like a week. I accidentally left it on for like 5 months straight at one point. I don't use my PlayStation. Xbox has been on for almost a full year straight. Well, the difference with that, Sinju, is you're using it as a source of heating.
Sorry. Can't stop.
That's just smart. Or like plate station.
Found some of the red stuff.
Gross. About to play Wonderlands on it right now. So you mean you're about to cook a meal? Download's available now if it is pre-ordered. Let's get a head start and download. Morning, Stomp. How you doing? Where'd this thing go? Is it over here? Ah, it's over here. Choose the heat it generates to make my room smell better. Oh, with these like lemon things. That's big brain. I like it. Oh yeah, I threw away my crossblade that I use for this. Don't judge me. Using a rocket launcher to do the bark puzzle.
Not done yet.
fine. Hope everyone's enjoying the thickest of Thursdays. Stump, it's November. You can't say that to people. They're remaining on mission. Hey Archimedes, how you doing? What mission? The funny internet one. I'm trying to get by without headshotting as much as I can. It's going okay. Thought this what Locktober was for. Want their beard super thick? Yeah. Swin gets it. Remaining on a stupid mission. True. Excuse me, sir. Swear my aim exists. Okay, it doesn't. It just fucking doesn't. Pew, 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 pew. What's that last one, Urban? What's that last bit about? Pretty sure Quag Chad sweats nut. It's canon, yeah. Probably shoots bar shrooms with a launcher, then misses easier shots. I'm just built different. Incorrectly for the most part, but that falls under different. Can we normalize that as a saying? I'm built incorrectly. Sorry for the long message. I was thinking about, like, yeah, you're good, you're good. Nothing to worry about. It's built without the preset parameters. Based. Did not expect that to be accepted so quickly. Why wouldn't it be? You know where you are. National Novel Writing Month. I learned a new thing about November like every year. There's so many like, oh, this is National this day. I'm like, since when? Two twos of 6 on all 3. One thing I learned about November Forever Go, it's the month where you eat shitty poultry. I maintain that turkey is like a C tier protein for a meal. It's C tier at best.
I'm okay. It's a little thing called acting. Taking you wrong with it.
There we go. That's turkey's trash. I'm among my people. AB plays crossbolts. See what you did there. Turkey's mid, ham's where it's at for me at least. I agree with that. Ham's far superior. Or hell, you get a nice, like a pork tenderloin. Or a beef one. Any of those are superior centerpieces to a turkey. Where's that red dot? Like, there's an enemy that I can't find on that red dot. You know, I'll just not worry about it. Oh, was it the curse grab doing jank? That's the most likely explanation. Counterpoint to turkey sandwiches, do it with chicken, it's just better. Also true. I expected Mel to do way more food-related attacks. The hidden reference is that you are the food in that fight, I guess. Probably. Want a primo easy chicken thigh recipe? Absolutely, Stump. Fucking love chicken thighs. Shame they're so expensive nowadays, but what isn't? I want pork tenderloin. It's so good. I haven't had pork tenderloin in a while.
I almost don't want to kill the rest of you. Tell everyone how impressive I am. Oh, right, I will. Carry on.
Oh yeah, Salissa. Let me not use that. Chicken thigh versus chicken breast. I'm going with chicken thigh. Alright, bye Celissa. Too many arcane bolts in my inventory. I get rid of those. I guess I missed Gloop. I always forget which room Gloop's in. That's fine. Gibberish would say chicken feet. Do anything silly to bark? What spells do I have? Make a laser hand bark. Yeah, I'll be rude. Rub mayo? Excuse me? I swear it's amazing. Stomp, I trust you. You know I have a lot of trust and respect for you. You started something with the words rub mayo on thighs. I cannot think of a single context under any scenario, chicken or otherwise, where rubbing mayo on thighs is a good idea. Speaking from experience, I'm not, but it's funny to say that I am. Rubbing mayo on thighs. I just have concerns. Oh, I forgot. I forgot Bunny this time too. Doesn't matter. How you doing, Jester? Time skip is trying. It's really trying. If I had projectile instead of radius, I'd be pretty jazzed about that, I think. But it do not. Hey Kitty, how are you? Mayo's had more of a fat element to it for moisture. Like, I get it, but I can't get past Mayo. I'm posting the YouTube video that's on this obsession in Discord. Okay, okay. Hey Rohith. What's the new build? We're just doing some spell casting right now. It's a build I've been running for like a week or so. But it's just optimized spell stuff. Let me switch back to the other rings because I actually think I like those better. But it lets us do haha funny and melt bosses as long as we have an open crit spot. Because math go burr. Over 9,000 barrel maker. That cooldown though, ugh. That's like the main thing that puts me off of barrel maker a bit. See, here's the extra projectile time skip. If I get an ascended one of those, I'll try it out again. How's the health hope all fine? Yeah, ups and downs, but mostly fine. Rub thighs and egg-based emulsification. Hey, Pupsy, how are you? Super annoying day, doing okay, how are you? Oh, I'm sorry, kitty. My day's kind of starting out super annoying as well. I had some PC problems, and I had to, like, restart several times, and... Ugh. Annoying. Also, I'm just tired today. I want to go back to bed. But I definitely do know the vibe of a day that you're just like, I want to do over on this one. I get you. I hope yours turns around. Or at least doesn't get worse. Yeah, over here. One of those days you don't want to wake up, everything's fucked, everybody sucks. Something like that, yeah.
My spell's ready.
Sun sucks, body sucks, wrecked me yesterday, went for an appointment. Not do it again for another appointment. Tell the sun I want to speak to the manager. Put them on the phone. Have them call me. So to get rooted has arthritis for me. So is that why you call it arthritis? Because inflammation? I never understood why you called it that, and I never cared to ask, but... It's pretty funny.
Hope you finished your bucket list.
Book an appointment, let you know? Okay. Gloop's not this one, right? I'm gonna forget Gloop again. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. This hunt going on, out of it, method accident, horizontal for a while. Yeah, they're doing the hunt over in BL2 right now. Good cause, as always, benefiting St. Jude Children's Hospital. Mayo Chicken Technique in the Quality Snack channel. Why does calling it Mayo Chicken Technique not improve it that much over rub mayo on thighs? Like, something about the words mayo and technique in the same sentence just kind of makes me uncomfortable. And yeah, I hope that your situation is looking positive, Rohit. You mentioned a while back that something was going on, and I don't like to pry, but I hope it's all okay.
No shame in losing to the best.
Start walking. Hey, that's a huge step. That is a huge step.
Up over here.
It's one of those things that some people don't realize how big a change that can be, going from being able to not, or vice versa. It is morning. It is morning, Manic Geek. Congrats on progressing from evening.
Don't want to stick around. Would love to, but I'm completely
Very proud of myself. I'm proud of you too. That was a slow room.
fucking fast again.
Oh no, I have to do this again. It's not that bad.
Ready to go again?
Out of the workforce for a while. I haven't attended to the old people in the family. COVID didn't help. It's difficult getting back in. Totally relate. Totally relate. That is, in part, how I ended up doing this. Combo gives on armor. There's several, but you can hit exclamation point armor. Just the spreadsheet send you. It's, Claw Stabbo, Spell Claw, and Claw Blight, I think are the three.
What's that hit? I'm just too damn pretty to die.
So I had a cursed thought as I've been using this arcane bolt. I was thinking about it for the last room, so I haven't said anything. It would not take much myth rank to completely bust the entire archetype of spellcast, like, as a dead shot. It would not take much myth rank at all. The topic of myth rank has come up a lot recently. So I'm at myth rank 1018 with 538 unspent. This quadrant... I didn't just spend a point. Good. Good. This quadrant has gun damage. This one has spell damage. And this one has ability damage. All three of those benefit a dead shot caster setup. The only thing that doesn't benefit you for myth rank is the melee one. So every rotation, 3 of the 4 points are beneficial. So, $134 in spell damage, gun damage, and ability damage is what I could get by spending all the tokens I have right now. 134 in each of those stats. For reference and Ascended Armor, you get 49.4. A chance to try the first Ascendant. I just didn't have any interest in it. Didn't look interesting enough to me. I had other obligations at the time, and most of the like-minded individuals I know concluded that it's, like, fine, but ultimately doesn't do anything interesting. It's just, a lot of the hype is because it's a new entry in the looter-shooter genre, and people are very desperate for that, because it's a pretty dry genre in terms of releases as a whole. But this does put the first Ascendant in a position where I hope they expand on all the beta feedback. And it could become something that I might be interested in later down the road. But currently, I don't have an interest. Like, that's silly. The myth rank? Yep. Actually inspired me to put cap on my myth rank. Oh, what are you going with, Charlie? Also, hi, good to see you. I'm tired. Let me take a quick coffee break. Probably go Stabble Claw because fire rate equals crossbolts. Lots of classes have fire rate. Are you thinking Stabble Claw so you get 2 nimble fingers specifically in this case? I'm like you, mid 30%. Nothing wrong with that. Yep, that makes sense, Sinji. Rank of 1, 2, I was able to watch She's stream. Are you tired? I woke up early to take care of some back-end stuff today. Didn't get as much of that done as I wanted to, unfortunately, but such is life. All I'm asking for is a remastered Brute Force. Not familiar, sadly. Try to Forbid seems kind of Outriders-ish, but very monotonous. That is what I've heard. That is the primary thing I have heard. If we had, like, myth rank respec or myth rank toggle, I would be inclined to actually spend my myth rank for weaker things I was trying to make work. But because I would have to literally save edit to go back. I just don't have any interest in spending. There's some people who have even more extreme myth rank caps than I do. Like, Stone Swan doesn't spend any. Which I totally get. Only reason I've not scaled mine back is because there's a couple things I do like. The move speed, the mag size. I don't really want to go back to not having those. And I do a lot of high crit chance shenanigans, so I like keeping that one high. And melee swing speed's cool. You know, those stuff. I don't care for the uncapped stats. If the game in any way becomes easier, what I will probably do is scale back to 400. Just remove 20% gun damage, ability damage, spell damage, melee damage from myself. That's only if the game becomes easier. Not as much looter based on time period, but getting essence of the idea. Okay. KS92, near your myth rank spent, still have run to any issues on the Dread Wind build. The only way I see more myth rank needed is with uncapped chaos. Yeah, even then, remember how I mentioned Stone Swan does not spend points? Stone Swan also was doing Chaos 500 with, you know, mods required to do it, but he was doing Chaos 500. So, like, you don't need myth rank for anything. Not even anything hypothetical. Tired too, we can sip coffee together. Thanks, Dex. Rolled a triple crit chance Arcane Bolt a while ago. I haven't used anything you'd be able to use in this setup. Yeah. My preferred part combo on Arcane Bolt is extra projectile is the most important, because not only is that a lot more damage, but it's more consistency on the item's effect triggering, because you have a whole separate chance to crit. Next priority would probably be Spell Charge, just for a little more spam. And then I like spell damage in the third slot. Personally, you can make a case for spell crit damage, make a case for a bunch of other things. This is what I like. You could do spell damage, spell crit, extra projectile, spell damage, extra projectile, and triple crit chance would work. It would get you very consistent double knots and consistent refunds. So it's definitely not one of the worst combinations for that. Base crit was 31. Yeah, so add that to your base of 5. A base of 36 means that you don't need much crit chance from other sources to get to that 100. And keep in mind that an Arcane Bolt has 3 projectiles. So as long as you have 34% crit, mathematically it's unlikely for you to ever not get refund with casting this, assuming all your bolts hit. Now, because of how probability works, it's an individual chance, so it still happens, but it's mathematically unlikely. I'll do another BL3 run. Want to challenge myself? Any suggestions you may have? What do you mean by BL3 run? Just like a playthrough? Like, I'm not really a playthrough guy. I just don't find that interesting enough, personally. I wouldn't have any good suggestions. Maybe like a gunless run if you've not done anything like that. Saw that boinking is a prefix in this game. It is. There's some funny prefixes. You've got boinking, you've got woolly bully. You got vibing. Anything new? Done quite a few playthroughs. So, something that we're, you could check yesterday's VOD for this, Rohit. I talked a lot about it. But I don't know if you were around much for when we did Endgame Rush in Borderlands 3. It's a community challenge we ran a couple times. Basically, the idea is doing all 12 endgame activities of Borderlands 3, that being all 6 Proving Grounds, all 3 Circles of Slaughter, both takedowns on true difficulty, and Hemophorus, all under one timer. We're bringing that back as a permanent time trials category. Now, I still need to finalize some rule stuff and actually create the board page for it, but I did some runs, practice runs of that yesterday. Give myself some splits to run against all that, and it's cool stuff. So if you want to do endgame stuff, that's on the table. Okay, I think I remember to do all the raid bosses this time. Fun fact, if you tank your frame rate while you're going up the lifts for Celissa and Dragonlord, you land faster. It's not useful information, but it's funny. Hey Ginger J, how you doing? Welcome in. Yeah, Kevin, hi. What are you doing? My cat's being a cat, as one does. Back to these now.
My spell's ready.
Morning, Micro. How you doing? Great. How's the build going? It's going well. Testing out a bunch of different spells. Shifting rings every once in a while. Am I wearing the right amulet right now? I am. Want to see how specific spells perform against specific raid bosses, mostly. Like, we know Frozen Orb one-shots this boss already. Ice Spikes can as well. I want to see how an incorrect element Arcane Bolt does. So Arcane Bolt can roll in Cryo. We're using Shock ones right now. I'm going to see if a Shock one with a... I guess we'll use a Cryo Double Knot. Ugh. Spellcast fire damage. Why am I like this? I gotta reroll that. Say Frozen Orb one-shots? Yes. Or been buffed? In June? And I have the exact date. So I wanted to refer back to that. Yeah, June 23rd is when they buffed a ton of spells. Oh, I guess the enemy's blocked most of that. Three shot. I didn't have full HP. That probably could have been two. What's our chosen method of bullying Bark? Twister would probably be pretty good. I haven't tried Twister against Bark before. Let's see how this goes. Do I have a fire Barbalode? I do. Good job, me. Oh. Shroomlet got me at a really awkward time.
Also know the old hit until they go down trick. Don't mess with the best. Can't do it.
Alright, I was waiting for this. It could be better. I might need a different amount of radius to hit Bark's hitboxes favorably. Come on, charge me. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna say no to Twister on Bark for right now. We saw Laser Hand, that was kind of uninteresting. Wicked Gossip probably won't do great without ads to ricochet off of. Trying to figure out ideal spells for Barkenstein and a non-From the Shadows setup. That's important. It's From the Shadows skews your options. It probably is just Pew Pew away with Arcane Bolts. Or Laser Hand or Ice Spike. Just Pew Pew till dead. Inflammation for Dynamo. Dynamo's damage is kind of terrible. We can try Inflammation, but without an available crit spot, I don't see Inflammation doing fantastic. I'll try it, though. Got my dead shot to 100. Nice, Snuffy.
It's a miracle. I'm alive. Wait, some of my money is missing. Unprotected money.
It's better than Twister. But I'm also hitting the weak spots.
Never stood a chance.
See, the damage is kind of like, it exists. It's not anything special.
Ah, I can cast again.
Yeah, I'll go back to Arcane Bolt. Stick to the This though. Ouch.
Just like I planned.
Come on.
I hate waiting.
I suppose this is a case where having a very high crit chance melee weapon would be nice, because then we get more consistency on the damage from Bark's weak spot critting.
Healing's up over here.
Oh, you're gonna die so bad, dude. So bad. Shit. Man, it's really just embarrassing how much you're gonna die when you think about it.
Sorry, it's a slow fight. I'm just having a thonk while we do this. Also mindlessly pew-pewing. I would imagine it one-shotting. Frozen Orb does fun hitbox stuff. Find the annoying for the extra magic projectile. Wouldn't work here, little Rambo. I don't have an action skill. That is an action skill start one that goes in the gun slot, only lasts 5 seconds.
Come on, let's go. Round 2. Oh, God. The look on your face.
Tastes like green salt wine.
Oh.
Ready to cut.
That's so toxic. Equipping the second spell count as action skill? No. Ah. The reason you keep your sniper's mag low? For showcasing ring. Isn't today a patch day? The hotfix day? Patches are infrequent. We had one, what, a month ago? Month and a half, 2 months, something like that. But, we've also not been getting, like, massive hotfixes or anything. See, this is where having a little bit more constitution, a little bit more move speed would serve me pretty well.
Tastes like green salt wine.
Also, of course, Wicked Gossip would deal with Bunny better. Cryo would deal with Bunny better. I'm being stubborn and using my Sharkane bolts. Get it? Shark? They're shock. Think your stream is still titled for BL3? It's not. Anyone else seeing that? All I have to do to not get hit by the light when the boss is under the ground is just turn your back. Yeah, just don't look at it. Simple as that. It's not? Okay, thank you. I just fixed it. That would have been on your end. Craft Knight. Here's my train of thought for a gun-centric executioner. Spell shot already gets tons of gun damage and tree. Clobbering gets you awe and some LE damage. I'll lean into it, getting all damage and area damage. Retort crossbow itself with delusion, more gun crit chance damage stats. I wouldn't go gun crit chance, but yeah, otherwise pretty sound. But expanding on the answer to your question, Archimedes, with Ambihextrous, your action skill is considered as ready. It's not cooling down, it's ready. So Promise Ring does work for that, the one that wants your action skill to be available. But for all other purposes, it's as if you don't have an action skill. Hey, Wales, how you doing? Alright, 10 minutes, I can't say that banned word. Stand still. I'm seeing how many arcane bolts it takes. Stand still. I'm missing. Verbal injury. Should have done spell. True. Yeah, you can make that way faster with that spell. Like, faster than what I did. Look at the number of suffering. That's a good way of putting it. This is standard Deadshot build? Yeah, pretty standard. Heavily optimized for double knot strength. I don't have an Eidolon with the appropriate setup for bossing. I should probably change that. I want one of these. Probably with spellcast lightning damage. Fuck. That's one. That's one. It was spellcast lightning. I probably want that. Maybe we'll roll for that on this one. Yeah. DPS includes that word? Yeah, but I'm not saying that word. Keep rolling spells, though. Class combo, armor, amulet used to maximize Storm Dragon Judgment Wreck bosses, up to cast 77 so far. Claw Burst, Select Amnesia, Barbalode, mobbing strong bosses now. So the big thing there, Sam Lasco, is Alchemical Agent from Stabomancer. Triggers off of any melee damage. So it gets you a really big status effect. And then that Alchemical Agent dot, if you're lucky, can also trigger Contagion. I just said it again, that's two. Can trigger Contagion, which is a double dip, which will be even more unalive output. Having to dance around that word. It's no problem. I can actually, do a quick run. What the problem was. I'm glad the dryer's working. Yeah, so this skill right here is the linchpin of maximum Storm Dragon's Judgment output. You want to get this, and then as much status stuff as you can, and also use a melee weapon with good crit stats. I've got an 18% chance and 150 other crit stat pickaxe at the moment, which is my my preference.
Choose, Fate Maker.
I played this build in a minute. Where's all my stuff? That's there. That's there. Okay. Hey, Snowspawn, how you doing? Morning, Snowspawn. And make it back for blood build allows me to fist my enemies supersonic speed. Honestly viable. Very viable. So much fisting then you guys are gonna need to call me Mr. Fister. I believe in you. Yeah, we should be able to one-throw the first and third phase. I don't know about the second phase. I think that requires some exceptionally good RNG that I don't have a good history with. So that's some pretty good progress. Hey, Soccer Chick, how you doing? Wag. Oh no, I got wagged. See how it is. Bad contagion RNG there. RNG a little rough. Wonder how I can get more consistency there. I do have this on instead of the taser, which I would prefer to use. Why do I have this equipped? Let's change that. Out of vitamin gummies, there go your superpowers. long did it take you to get tire strips for this build? Couple minutes in the save editor.
Be polite to death when you see her, or else.
Brutal Stampede with a melee crit chance, melee damage, 3 awe, 2 Oath of Thunder. Whew. That's filthy. That is extremely close to, like, really, really good. If this had area damage, and then instead of the ability damage was crit chance at the bottom, that'd be like, mwah. I could even ignore the one useless stat between delay or companion crit chance, whichever one. That's pretty good. I didn't mean to pick up that inflammation. What are you doing? Oh, wait, I don't want that. Nice lightning resist, by the way, Celissa. Still super happy about that amnesia I got a little while back. So much good shit on it. Was a very good one. Dragon Lord. More like drags on Lord. That's why you're the best. Yeah, yeah. That's why they pay me the, scathing criticism. I was gonna say big bucks, but... Sir, why did that not phase you? Stop having a will to live. It's a little bit rude.
Finally decided.
Are you sure you're high enough for this?
You're a coward. Excuse me? Monka? I resent that accusation. Good day, Journey. Been a minute. How are you? Good to see you. A lot on my plate. Ah, you're all good. I hope things are better for you now. Never something to apologize for. I hope you enjoy Wonderlands, Big Babe. Current Sabo Claw com is 2 in Awe, 3 in Oath of Thunder, melee crit chance, melee damage, all damage. Selective Amnesia, Sadly Primordial. Ah, that's still really, really good. Sport. It's been my dream for Stone Sean to call me Sport. I feel validated, feel accepted. I feel nauseous. Extra spell charge on Curse of Malice. I like it. Salt and Battery is still good for melee build? Yes. Still literally the strongest boss smelter for available content in the game. Like, kills the Maker in under 1 second. Levels of strong. Salt and Battery is probably the strongest thing in the game that does not depend on double dipping. I cast 75 last night, really enjoying the farming now. I'm getting very close to it. Seems good armor for my main. Let's go. Oh, no, here's the tree, again, if you needed it still, Sam Lasco, if you're here. Stabo down to Executioner's Blade, making sure to take Alchemical Agent, avoid the stuff that doesn't really help you. And, claw stuff doesn't really matter beyond the second tier. Double dipping? Yes, double dipping is when you have an instance of damage that has its base value in part determined by the damage of something else you did. So, for example, static charge on, melee in BL3. It double dips. Because it's not a bonus element, it is a new instance of damage, but it looks at how much of the melee you dealt, and then it gets its own formula. So it's a double dip. Mathematically advantageous, to say the least. Basically, all the strongest things in BL3 were due to some form of double dipping, and then in Wonderlands they made double dipping more available, more widespread, and gave us, on average, more powerful damage formulas. Spellblade get both melee and spell? No, it just gets melee. Spellblade is just melee. And then what happens with the spell damage is it gets applied in your conditional damage category, which is a separate category from spell damage itself. That's relevant because that means that things like the Cursed Wit and the Berserker's Old Ways skill, those are additive with Spellblade. But Spellblade also only counts as melee damage. It does not count as spell damage, even though you get the secondary scaling mechanic indirectly off of spell damage. That matters because that is why Spellblade can only blast Chill and doesn't blast Gasp, for example.
Think you can make it?
Let's do a Wicked Gossip run. I don't have a Poison Barba load, but that's fine.
Enter if you dare. But seriously, you should dare.
Ring makes you do a 15% bonus element on swings, worth for true melee. Compared to other options peak to peak, no, but it can be something good while you're gearing up. Like, it's a good intermediate gear option. It's not a bad item. Weird how we didn't get a boss on this level. It's just some dude. It's weird that when you get this arena, there's just no boss. I don't know. You know what's up? No? Okay. Nerf Blaster that much. He was never that big of a deal in the first place, and they nerfed him 5 times. 5 times. So yeah, he's a meme. He's genuinely less threatening than most Obelisk bosses. And this spell is the Wicked Gossip. There's lots of spells that are very good in this game. Wicked Gossip is definitely one of the top tier ones, though. The top tier of spells is Wicked Gossip and Laser Hand. And then just below those, you've got Frozen Orb, you've got Ice Spikes, you've got Arcane Bolt, Twister. But Wicked Gossip is definitely up there. Maze, they've never done a raid face McShooty the Invincible, with the gimmick being he only takes damage from crits. I guess technically that was Krav and not quite the same. I mean, why would they do a face McShooty the Invincible? I don't understand how that's amazing. I think Gossip's tier above Laser Hand, to be honest. Laser Hand is absolutely, completely consistent. Gossip isn't. For consistency and ease of gearing, I do still put Laser Hand a notch above. And Laser Hand has a range advantage as well. Only takes damage from crits and a land's going to be atrocious how damage gets classified. Yeah, there'd be lots of things that just would no longer function. For example, Spirit Swarm is unable to crit. There's 5 forms of damage in this game that cannot crit at all. So they would just not work. Surprised it's not been done? Yeah, why are you surprised? Why are you surprised that one gimmick enemy from one side quest in one game that came out 10 years ago has not been revisited as endgame content, which is something he never was? I don't get it. What's the peak spell in your opinion? There isn't one. It's going to be dependent on which enemy you're fighting, and what your gearing is, and what your class is. There isn't a peak spell. Even on this spellcasting build, where I have a lot of very good rolls on a lot of spells, I'm still switching a lot. Like, you'll see me sometimes be stubborn. Like, Wicked Gossip sucks for this phase of drill. Because you need to do this dance. My skeep just had to save my life. Absolute favorite is Wicked Gossip times 3. It's so good, Grasshopper. Multi-hit Wicked Gossip, get a nerf to cooldown or charge count. This is what a times 3 with the crit chance part looks like. You're still at a 10.8 second cooldown. With 2 charges. Like, still pretty solid. Where's Wicked Gossip come from? DLC 4, as J. Durante said. Keep his life true. Gossip, whose ricochets are busted normally. Yeah, Wicked Gossip ricochets double dip. So, like, the spell is already crazy, already really good, and then the ricochets are just, like, double dip. So you can just see hundreds of millions on a Wicked Gossip ricochet if you're in a multi-target scenario. Hundreds of millions. Now, this is a situation where, as strong as Wicked Gossip is, it's a bit harder to get mileage out of than even an Arcane Bolt. Laser Hand and Arcane Bolt would have cleaned up that phase before Drill got here. But because of the distance and the bounce mechanic, it's not an absolute best. Do a run with Frozen Orb next. I keep forgetting to reroll this. Do that this time. Triple crit damage inflammation. Huh. That's pretty. I don't have the money, but that's pretty. Hey, Lazy. How you doing? And you still use Twister? Yeah, I used it a bit today. Twister is extremely good for damage dealing, J. Durante. I'll do a Twister run after I Frorb. So we're going to do Frozen Orb run, and then we'll do a Twister run after. Some spells are so good they cover various builds. Gossip times 3, Triple Ice Spike times 4, or Triple Ice Spike times 5, even Triple Ice Spike times 3. Some are very specific. Use the Gossip for Blight Stab with dot build. Yeah, Gossip's also good for dot builds.
Have some fun.
It is quite strong. Give me something at least vaguely relevant, please. Oh, that's perfect, actually. Thank you. And then what do we test today? More spell stuff, Cub. We did a little bit of melee. But lots of different spells, as per usual.
Next time, learn to take it easy. Finally, that cooldown took ages.
Mirror pick work. Bye. New notes. I see your Forbes. Buy me dinner first. They both have these parts. You'd think the 2% crit chance is a problem, but it's not. It's just not. It hits enough times, and you could just put it on a weak spot anyway, so. Yeah, let's see what the new featured has. Oh, in-game catch-up event. Chaos Chamber Trials now gives 4 levels per Chaos Trial. So once again, I think this is an olive branch to people who will not be pleased regardless. And it's gonna cause problems. But Gearbox, to their credit, they try to please people. Yeah, weekly event. November 3rd to November 10th. Chaos Trials now give 4 to help Fate Makers catch up to higher tiers of Chaos. So I assume it's still 5 below 50, and then it's 4 after 50. Keep using the hell out of that. I'll probably take advantage, yeah. Get ready for to take on a new featured run in the Chaos Chamber. This is sure to test the limits of your endurance and your ammo capacity. I don't remember them saying that about a featured before. So hopefully that'll be interesting. So anyone who's felt like Chaos tier progression isn't fast enough, this is your week. This is your week. Let's see if you actually meant what you said about that improving the game for you. You mega featured? I only saw 2 bosses listed there. But that doesn't preclude the possibility. I gotta change the enchant on one of these orbs. What's a sniper? This is an Eidolon. Spellshot's double knot is unique because it's a bonus element that has its own formula, and it counts as gun damage, meaning gun crit stuff affect it. So it takes the element of the gun we're holding, that's why we want a cryo one, so that we can double dip cryo bonuses. This 33% crit on card is a separate category from the 20% you get for a sniper rifle, the 5% you get for being a Hyperius weapon, the 10 or 20% you get from having a crossbow barrel. All of those are separate categories of the crit formula. So this is the best stat stick you can have for double knots of any element that isn't fire. For fire, you go with a Carouser because Black Powder gets 10% manufacturer mult instead of Hyperius getting 5. But Carouser only comes in fire. Bernadette, why'd you move? Stop moving. It's very rude. Is the range on frozen orbs? Not large. Bernadette's hitbox is just huge. Spell damage that gets gun bonuses is actual gun damage. Double knot is actual gun damage. It is gun damage that has its base value before its formula calculation determined by the damage of the spell that you cast to trigger it. So it is a gun damage double dip off of spell damage. Kind of like how Geist in the Shell is an ability damage double dip off of gun damage. But you can guarantee double knot, because it will happen if the spell crits. And most spells you can just put on a weak spot. We'll just switch double knot elements for Freezicles. Don't mind me. You just play the angles with it? No. Play the angles requires a physical bullet. Spell shot is a skill where gun damage gets spell damage that's stacked with double knot. They're mechanically completely different. Double knot is a bonus element. Magic bullets is a conversion of this amount of your gun damage will be applied to your spell damage stat. They're totally different things. This is an instance of damage, this is a stat. And they're reflected that way in the different wording. I don't think I can reach him with Frorb in this phase, so I'll just grab whatever ice spikes I happen to see here. Just deal with them real quick, like. Double knot roll on armors? Yes. That is how we have it at all. This optimal Deadshot skill tree, you take Graveborn Capstone. Taking Graveborn Capstone knocks you out of double knot, so you get it on armor. I notice that ammo doesn't seem to matter anymore. It's the amount of ammo that gets drop scale with chaos level. That's a good question, Pragmatic. I've seen people run out of ammo in boss fights still. Stuck. He ate me. I'm stuck. got stuck. I think Sportwood would have had fun with bouncing Bonnie BL2 grenades. So those were carried over as a non-unique grenade type in BL3, and they're not bullets. So, no.
Made it! If anyone hears the baying of hounds echoing in the hollow of their soul, let me know.
We stepped her. I'm hoping we get that one boss that isn't a boss anymore, so I can replicate. I managed to one-shot Wastard with Forb. Well, it's Forb, so it's not technically one-shot, but managed to burst Wastard down before he had the opportunity to go immune with Frozen Orb. And I'd like to do that again. Just count as grenade damage. The bullets are neither grenade nor bullet. They're just... shit. LeChance? Oh no. I'm sorry, buddy. I'm so sorry.
Not done yet.
Just know that I didn't intend for this. I didn't mean to do him like this. I never asked for this. Actually, there's Infernal Whisper for spells. Here's enchant, I haven't seen it for ages. The spell projectile one goes on gun and it is an action skill start one. But I do like your idea of Infernal Wish for spells. That'd be cool. Like, you get an extra projectile, but the more you cast, the more you burn. I do like that idea a lot. Alright, so I said we'll do a Twister run. We'll do a Twister run. If we get Wastard, I'm switching back to Frorb. Because I want to use that. Oh, I do have a Cryo Twister. This one even has crit chance. Twister have Singularity? It always does. Twister will pull enemies you hit with it that can be moved along with the projectiles on their path. Wrong one. Oh, perfect. They fixed Barbelo. There's nothing to fix. It's not broken. Never has been.
Good luck.
Why did I get hit before I got control? What is hitting me? Hello?
Easy daisy. Hardly a challenge. What's up?
Your reload stopped giving the effect of giving ammo back. Yeah, that has always worked. The idea that it doesn't work was spread by incomplete testing. Or by content made around incomplete testing, I should say.
You can't be serious. This is my competition.
It has always worked. Ooh, how does Twister do against Vorkanar? That's a good question. Pretty good. These are far from perfect twisters. Like, the status chance part here is doing nothing. So I basically have a 1 augment twister over here. Cryo and fire, so half of it gets penalized by soak. This one's good. Could be better, but it's good. So I could get better twisters here. The more I think about Twister, the more I think Cryo plus either Poison or Dark Magic is optimal. Cryo plus Lightning is, like, optimal soaked, but Lightning gets resisted by a lot of enemies. So if you're not going to switch, it presents a problem. I like when they put spins on returning items, like making the Twister spell, Unkempt Herald, having multiple elements. Well, the Herald didn't have much of a twist there, because they also just doubled its damage, made it overpowered. I like the Herald in this game. Unkempt Herald is in its best iteration in Tiny Tina's Wonderlands. It is in the game. It's not a meme. It is in the game. Oh, where? I'll show you after this run. No one spoil it. I'll show you after this run. What are you immune to, Lance? Poison? No, it doesn't matter. You were immune to something I was doing, but not all of it. Certainly not enough of it. What if elements could roll either elemental damage or resistance? Then part variance would get worse. In a really bad way, because you'd have, hey, this item has either got a useful stat or it's got a useless stat. And why would you want to make that problem worse? I don't understand. Elemental resistance would be actually useless. Boss is this is Redmorn from DLC 4. Really cool boss, really cool arena. Has a few resistances, so that's why he's not dead. Need him to land. You have poison, shock, and fire. So frost is fine. Fine, fine, Redmore. I'll play ball. I'll play ball. We can do it this way. I got you. Redmorn is one of the few actually threatening bosses, and I love it. Love it. But we can play exactly how Redmorn wants to here. I can accommodate.
The look on your face. Can't we work this out so we all walk away? Preferably with me walking away rich.
All the immunities. Also does a ton of damage and forces you to move. And the immunities are partially randomized. Anyway, back to twisting. Actually, I have 2 poison cryo ones like this. This one's got a better cooldown. I had to implement a monster hunter enemy in the game for it to be good. Well, there were other bosses that were properly threatening, but constant nerfs to boss damage kind of removed the threat of most of them. Like, you don't actually die to Dragon Lord anymore, Salissa, Drill. They just don't do enough damage. Wastard is just completely a meme.
We're having a grand time.
Freezicles there. That enemy, more threatening than most of the bosses. Which the wheel in the DLC area gave mission rewards. I wouldn't be opposed to that, yeah. Antique Great Bow is good for double knots. Should have tried to roll a Hyperius non-unique. Great Bows would be a good target farmable starting point there. But Eidolons are better. I somehow completely missed. Hang on.
Magic time.
There we go. They spawned, like, behind the Lichans. I was too close. Chircocles can go away. Hey, Freezecles is a tanky enemy who has a resist nullifying his only elemental weakness, who has high damage attacks that require you actually dodging, who is also very mobile. Freezecles is a well-designed... Holy shit. Well, this was a drop. This is not a save-edited item. This is a drop we just got. I have no idea what I was just talking about. But, like, look at this drop. Ah. Yeah. Okay. That's this is like one step away from being an actual perfect item. It did not roll 3 passes. That is the only thing that is wrong with this ring. It did not roll 3 passes. It's only 2. But it's a melee damage, melee crit chance, a melee crit damage shell casing ring. That's insanely good. Still take it? Oh yeah, you take those. You take those. Doesn't even need the third, like Sinju said. Yeah, you take those. That is extremely good. Frighteningly good. Let's do some more arcane bolting for a bit. What can I do to get more damage here? I guess I can change this to spellcast damage dealt, and then that to spellcast gun damage. Squeeze out a little more. Or I can go spellcast lightning here. Yeah, I think go for spellcast lightning there. Cheats you have installed? None. I can't be bothered. Oh, with Livewire. Livewire doesn't have the low mag thing anymore, Jade or any. It just does the thing at all mag levels. So that with like anything melee. Because there's other melee stat sticks we use other than Livewire for some scenarios. On a Descended, Blight Stabbo with 3 and Exploit their weakness, 2 and Flawless Edge. All damage, companion damage, gun damage. Stop using it because it would kill me. I understand. Nice. Scalawag would work with it. Yeah, but we've mostly moved to using Tooth Raider for crossbolts and then swapping to a Kobold or a Spriggan to have the 40 melee with shell casing ring. Scalawag isn't seeing as much use because of the longer time to kill. It's kind of just you don't need both in mobbing, and then on bossing you want the separate bonuses, which kind of plays out more favorably. Being very greedy going for a specific enchant here. We'll see if I can manage it. No, I'll keep Spellcast Elemental on my Spellblade. No dice, but I can roll this now. There's a few options I'd settle for here. I'm not going to get any of them because rerolling in this game is haha funny. That's worst case upgrade. That's fine. Yeah, Tooth Raider's fixed parts, Archimedes. To its credit, you can actually just use the Tooth Raider you get during playthrough if you did that quest while leveling, and it is completely fine for all purposes you want it for endgame. Because the enchant value doesn't scale up. Visually it does, but in practice, you're always getting the value of your character level. And you're not using it for the damage anyway. It still has the same crit stats, still has the same crossbolt strength. So yeah, you can just use a level 1 Tooth Raider, and it's exactly as effective as an on-level 1. I don't have featured in my list. There's no featured in my list. Let me save quit. Interesting. just gonna be a C100 tonight? Yeah, Roddy.
Come on.
There it is.
Have some fun.
Okay, new feature. Let's see what this is about. I'm dodging.
Feel magical. No shame in losing to the best.
Ancient Deity, I wouldn't ever recommend it. There's pretty much always a better option than Ancient Deity.
Can't work this out so we all...
It's never the worst option, but it's also, like, never the best.
Hey, I feel better already.
Old God at home? Yeah. Okay, we got Gloop in the first room. Hey, Mukro. Got Tails, was my cup of tea, like sporting gearbox. That's wholesome. Good melee option for a non-melee build. Depends on what the build is. Gonna need more context than that. I like pickaxe on just like any build, even melee builds, because it just provides you very tangible benefits in general. On a spell build, you might want Spellblade to give you some bonus crit chance once in a while. You know, there's lots of candidates in that arena. Ordered hair dye, that's how my day's going. That sounds good. That sounds like a good thing. Arcane Bolt goes zappy pew. Couldn't have described it better myself. We got Gloop in room 1. This is the same curses set, so if I take that, it's just gonna be Nullify Roguelite. So I'm not taking the curses room. Lazy if you're here. Don't get excited.
Well, yeah. Look out! Never mind. Too late.
Running a 19140 pickaxe, Stabmatic, Alchemical Agent, Spec, full elemental build. There's no such thing as a full elemental build, Craft Knight. There is either a build, or a build that has made formula mistakes.
Ooh, a bit appealing.
Full elemental build describes every build that exists. Now, if by full elemental you mean you stacked elemental damage in every slot available, you have made a mistake and lowered your damage.
You must be lost. Let me show you the way out.
I'll prove it to you. Name me a situation where non-elemental is optimal. Where something that is capable of rolling in an elemental flavor and a non-elemental flavor. In this game, name a situation where non-LE is optimal. As in better than every other available option. And the hero points? There's no elemental damage in hero points. Non-LE has bigger number on card. Checkmate Atheist. You see, sometimes, there's exceptions to that. But sometimes, sure.
Round two.
Still a lot more damage. Like, non-LE Wailing Banshee isn't more damage. Not even on the card. Does that affect something else? Yes, that's something else entirely. Status effects are the result of damage that is elemental, that is capable of applying status effects, which is most elemental damage. But status effects and elemental damage are not synonymous. It's like how having wet clothes and being underwater aren't the same thing. One happens because of the other, but they're not the same thing.
This thing is huge! Where do they find these monsters?
Having trouble bossing with the Death Shot. I want to see what you do here. What spells are you using? That's going to be your biggest determining factor. Your choice of spell. That Arcane Bolt? It is. It's slapping pretty hard. Technically, if your clothes soak in the water, parts of you are underwater, just not submerged. But are you entirely underwater? You're not. There's definitely made better thanks to you. Know way more about this than me. I just obsess over it. It's been something I've always been adamant about, but I've just been repeating it more lately. Because there's a lot of very talented and very intelligent people who are, like, not only been in the community for a while, but a lot of newcomers. This applies heavily to the BL3 stuff, as well as the Wonderland stuff. Over in BL3, Time Trials has been really stepping up lately. There's a lot of people who downplay themselves in the face of people who've just been around to absorb the knowledge longer. Like, I only know stuff because I've been around, and because I'm involved with a community of a bunch of knowledgeable people. Give it some time. Like, you're better at these games than me. I can already guarantee that. So it's just repetition, 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 and being able to string obscure pieces of information together to form some useful stuff once in a while.
Ready to go again?
No clue about TDRs being gun damage while watching stream, stuff like that. There's a lot of, stuff that isn't quite surface level, that these games don't really care to tell you. Mean grenade on throws? I figured that's what you meant. And that's something that a lot of people, don't know, which will lead to things like people, downplaying TDR in BL3, which is like, question mark? Hello? Manufacturer took a 50% chuck nerf and still has the best purples. Purples that are better than the legendaries of most other manufacturers. Hello?
You have to do better than that. Looky here, a healing vial.
Fruity Pebbles? That does sound good. Ice Spike, Glacial Cascade. Okay, Glacial Cascade is pretty terrible on bossing, Top Nasty. Ice Spike should be doing well depending on which kind it is. Do you know which type of Ice Spike you're using? Like, is it a regular one? Is it triple? Is it trickster? Splintering? Storming? Did I miss Bunny? Or no, we've got multiple bosses. Triple? Okay, that one should be doing very well then. I made Fury fun in this game? Yeah, Irish, I agree. I saw an 11 mil there. Find Fury annoying sometimes with Pixies. I'm not a Pixie fan either, but the Lightning Ricochet one's Craft Knight. Yeah. Yeah, you and me, we could stand that club. I love the Lightning Ricochets.
Oh, it's a party now! Time for a spell.
Had me chucking lightning bolts at people. Enemy AI in this game is just wonky sometimes. Yeah, it is. Some enemy types just like to avoid you rather than fighting you. Can be a little frustrating. Dark damage lightning bolts look so cool. Those do look very cool. I agree. At least the Cyclops are proper aggro on you most of the time. Most of the time. Mushrooms, Cyclops, Iclops tend to be pretty good about aggroing to you.
You can't be serious. This is my competition.
I don't tend to mind fighting those. With 32 more days till I find out if I get this web dev class or not. Crossing my fingers, toes, tongue, eyes, esophagus, and anus for you, Swinlaw. Some of those are more difficult than others, so.
Would love to, but I'm completely spent.
Go ham on JavaScript.
I just saved you from a lifetime of embarrassing yourself. You're welcome.
This man's actually using the cloud as a smokescreen. He's a gamer.
As you worry, good night.
I'm gonna have to deal with the ads because he's a gamer. That's referred to as prolapsed? Ah, understandable. Why is Arthur such a gamer? He clearly is, because think about it. He hid in smoke and tried to third-party me. Like, he knows the tech.
Cool downs. Hope you finished your bucket list. Healing's up over here. Who's up for some fun?
It's a long room. Not helped by Coiled having that lightning resist and me just brute forcing it, but it's fine. And we got yellow in this room. Which room number is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11? Yeah. Room 11. Wonder if there's any game that absolutely no one is playing like right now. Games that have like shut down servers. Even then, a lot of those probably have people playing them on emulators, depending on how old they are.
My spell's ready. I think that's quite enough out of you. Oh no! Evildoers! Whatever shall I do?
Dude, Arthurs think Aquaman would be a gamer. Maybe.
Let the magic begin!
Hey Vocal, how you doing? The ET one? There's a lot of games that are in contention for, like, worst game ever made. Like, one of the popular candidates is, what's it called? Ride to Hell Retribution? I think is the name. There's, like, some infamously bad games. Some practice for the hunt. How goes it here? Hope you're well. Yeah, I'm doing great. We're just testing out the new feature, doing some spell testing, did a little bit of melee earlier. Just another day in the life, as it were. You know, I'll try Wicked Gossip on Bark. I'll try it. See if we like it. It's not bad. The ricochet off the enemy. Yeah, that's where you see that double dipping come into play. I'll use these guys to help me kill Bark. It's easy, honestly.
I wanna see people explode.
There we go. Let's see what boss is next. Oh, not a must for Deadshot. It's extremely helpful. It's very, very good. Or it's got to be up there with Gearbox's best ever fights. Oh, for sure. I do think it's their best ever fight. I don't think it's close. I mentioned Frozen Orb one-shotting Gloop before. I may as well show it off.
Blah, so squishy and gross.
Ammo up!
I think top 3 Gearbox fights, in no particular order. Wotan, the Invincible, Malwan takedown in BL3. Barkenstein in Wonderlands. And Cromerax in BL1. That'd be my top 3. A lot of other contenders, but they have like a mitigating factor.
Found some of the red stuff!
I need to get the correct angle. Nope. Run it back. I need Gloop to fall at an angle where I can actually stick the orb onto the weak spot. That's just like the side dish damage. That's not the main event. That's not it. We didn't hit the main projectile.
Well, that was about as I expected.
Can't get it. I can't get it there. Sag. This is a grave word of this game. Lachance or Parasite? Parasite. Because Parasite was also buffed. Parasite and Grave Ward were both made tankier at different points in the game. I'll get the Frorb one shot later, but I could show Ice Spike stuff. We'll do... Sure, whatever. Scuffed Anoint there. Enchant. Parasite's still the punching bag. Parasite has more health than most bosses. And is more able to kill you than most bosses. And was significantly buffed. Then again, a lot of those things also apply to Grave Ward, except for the more health thing. Grave Ward does not have more health than most bosses, but Grave Ward was buffed. Gloop isn't behaving, chat. This is so sad. You
and I have too many ice spikes. Where's the other one? That'll be fun. Alright, so ice spikes, they hit the weak spot. And that's that. Now we got Bunny, so we'll Wicked Gossip. Where's my poison one? I should wait for the weak spot. I'm not gonna, though.
Got an easy mark over here. My spell's ready. All magic down. Never should have stopped.
Oh, no, we're good. Now back to the lightning kit. We'll arcane bolt the maker, because that's fun, and I like having fun in my video games. We have more damage than we did the last time. I have the right thing on there. Yes, yes, yes. Cool. Heard if she rolls a 1, she hurts herself? Yes. Hey, Coffee, how you doing?
It's on, Sugar Bomb. Prepare to be
I'm missing the crit spot. Stand still. There you go. You stop making me move. It's rude.
Magic time. This never happens, honest.
I don't know how Pookie's performs now at C100. You'd have to have a really good trigger finger, I think, to make Pookie's perform well at C100, because guns. You know, guns at C100. It's already an uphill battle. They glue for the first time like a week ago. Let's go, Pragmatic. That's still an achievement. I didn't quit out to see the new vendor items. What's in the vendor this week? I'd have to restart my game, and I don't feel like doing that. What else can we mess around with? I want to frog more. We'll frog more. Yeah, I need to reroll that one. Crossbow Masters has performed well, not the other kind. Give me something beneficial. Please and thank you. Taking advantage of the fact that I didn't quit out and lose the lower reroll cost event yet. It's technically an upgrade. That'll be fine. Playing Fortnite. I've heard good things about current Fortnite.
Enter if you dare. But seriously, you should dare.
If you have on a Buffmeister and use a Skeep on an enemy, if it turns back to itself while the spell is still active, the enemy have its effect. No.
We'll get him next time, boys.
Also, gross. But no. Effect no matter what. It will not overwrite an existing one. It'll turn it on if you don't have it on. But it's just triggering an effect. It's not applying to an enemy. It has nothing to do with an enemy.
Well, yeah. You know, really, I think it's the masterful word weaving done every inch of my whole practice right. Look out!
Ferocious 2, that's something I've been preaching since the buff. Yeah, it's something that, I kind of wish I'd tried sooner. Now, I have been using a lot of other things in the meantime. It's not like I've been playing with nothing. Like, we did a lot of melee optimization during that time. But now that I'm finally working my way around to spells, like, there's so much that I've been enjoying. I've done more spell stuff in the last week than I have in 3 months. And that's been enjoyable. Eventually I'll do gun stuff properly, but it's just less interesting, you know? Like, this is also our damage without Cursed Wit. We could just make it sillier. I'm gonna make it sillier. I do some Threads of Fate for a dot build. It's basically like 3,500. Sure about that? Do I have a Threads? Yeah, no, Threads of Fate does not have a 3,500 dot. Threads of Fate has like a 150 dot. But it's a decent spell. It's good at applying dots, they're just not strong dots.
Wait for it.
Didn't we already get Tooth Fairy on this run? I know you can get repeats, but it's, Item guard might have been bugged. Could have been. Time skip has a better dot. And time skip's decent for dot stuff, yeah. It's, likely you were thinking of time skip. Or that you had a bug card.
What bombs?
Text from company delivered my saber and address was for a town 15 minutes away. That was a hassle to fix. Did you fix it? Time skip dot is juicy. Time skip also hits a lot of times. So, like, it's not normal. It's not typical, I should say, for a spell with that high of a dot to have that high a hit count. Because normally they follow the school of thought of, like, threads, where it hits a ton of times, so they give it a weak dot.
And they kick you out.
And usually the things with exceptional dots, like Laser Hand and Wicked Gossip, they hit a much smaller number of times. But time skip, a ×2 time skip, can hit like 12 times. 10 times? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, so 10 times. While still having a good dot. Cannonballers are stupid for blind dots if you can hit the damn things. Yeah, that is the struggle there. I want Wastard. Because I want to bully him. I just want to bully Wastard with Frorb. And I'll be satisfied. That's all I want.
Don't worry, I'm sure the next goon will have better luck than all the rest. Let the magic.
Got some drill. I just laser hand drill. Honestly, probably just should. Ah, fuck it. We Frorbin. It's Frorbin time.
Found some of the red stuff.
Greed. Greed.
Downs.
It's not worth it. It's gonna hit me in the back. Oh no, we're good. Seems like cyberbullet. Oh, the Frorb is good. Spells are really good in this game. And this really is a game where gun builds are like the least interesting thing you can do. Because you can do spell stuff like this, you could do really good dot builds, really good melee stuff, and each of those 3 archetypes have a lot of different flavors. Gun builds are just very boring by comparison, and a traditional point-and-click gun build has very few combinations that match up to anything that these other build archetypes are capable of doing casually. Like, that was casual. Let's go ham on them. Go to him on the map, satiate the need for Wastard, the weak-ass bastard. The thing with that is, bosses are higher level in the Chaos Chamber, so they have more health, more damage reduction. The bullying wouldn't be as impactful if I went to him on the map.
Can't stop, won't stop. Healing's up over here.
You'd be easier to bully.
Time for a spell.
Dragon Lord. So, you know, since I want Wastard so bad, we'll just go to the first boss and reset if it's not him. That's faster.
Come on, have some fun.
Or just reset on any slow boss, I suppose. Smithy's Ire get its crit chance from spell or melee? Melee. Smithy's Ire does not get spell crit chance, nor does it get spell damage. It is melee. Nice frost resist, buddy. Good one. That's what a Frorb does to Freezicles. We just dealt with you, Drill. Why are you like this? I want Wastard. I'd also accept Redmorn, because, Frorb versus Redmorn's hilarious. First pair of long johns, nice. Are they silver? Run around to Smithy's Ire with the pickaxe, melee setup, and Doer. Smithy's Ire is one of the weaker forms of melee. It's just, like, weaker than the melee action skills, Cleansing Flames aside, obviously. It's weaker than swinging your weapon, it's weaker than shooting a Stab-O-Matic, and it's weaker than, Executioner's Blade. Now, it's still melee, so it's still strong enough to do work, but it is weaker than the other options, peak to peak. For Connoisseur. That's gonna create wild variance in our damage, but come on, give me. You know, I'm playing it out. It's Crit Connoisseur. Get you a pair of long Craigs or long Shawns. Yes.
She's just a girl and she's on fire.
Hey, Owl, thank you for the year and the Prime.
Ain't no quag jam high enough and no quag gun low enough. Ain't no quagsire wide enough to keep me from getting to you, quag Chad. Also 12 months.
Exceptional resub message, Al. Thank you so much for the Prime. I appreciate it. A lot of people on the platform you chose me means the world. And thank you for the 1 year of support. That also means a lot. 1 year's a lot of time. Thank you so much.
Fucking cast again.
So in your opinion, best melee class combo of using Stab of Burr, would be able to do like Burr Blight. You can do melee on basically anything. I would say Stabbo Burr has the most situations where it can be called optimal melee. For example, if you're swinging your melee weapon, it's Stabbo Burr. If you're doing Dreadwind, it's Stabbo Burr. If you're doing Exy Blade, it's likely still Stabbo Burr. Now, optimal Ghost Blade, I would say, is Stabbo Blight. Optimal Storm Dragon's Judgment is obviously Stabbo Claw. That's gross. So the fact that Crit Connoisseur does so much work on this is absolutely wild to me. It's just because Frozen Orb hits so many times. Look at this. I have a base crit chance of 7. And then with all my spell crit chance, that gets up to 18. Like, and it's still just that good. I wonder if Frozen Orb actually crits enough that Smart Armor doesn't hurt it in any tangible sense. It's funny to think about. Burglight's great for melee, Plague Storm, Burr Capstone. Yeah, absolutely works. Crit build. For Ghostblade, Stabbo Blade, Contagion, or Exploit be better? Why not both? Are you talking on armor? I'd personally lean Exploit there because it is more damage, whereas Contagion is just more consistency on damage. And you already have points in Contagion in your tree. So I would say, if you were picking on armor, then yeah, Exploit. Barbarian is very versatile, yeah. Zomboss. We can bully Zomboss, but I want Wastard. Mike the Mushroom Healer versus Fred the Mind Goblin. Can he be Fred the Nut Goblin? Take the joke too far? Understandable. Thank you for reviewing my requests. I appreciate you processing it so quickly. Come on, Wastard. Eh. Hey, rude. Not me missing my delusion. Orb. Got upset on the thing? Not yet. There's more steps to that. I need more coffee.
Are you prepared?
Well, Wastard. Class mod would you use? Assume the elemental increase one. You lost me. Elemental increase one? There is not an armor that increases elemental damage. There's Calamity increases fire damage, but it's mid. Claw armor? No, claw armor applies a debuff. It's different. Diamond gauntlets. I guess diamond steel gauntlets increase one particular element while you're standing still. Could be that.
It's your funeral.
I'm from Sandwich. Yes. Okay. Well, we're back to it again. Elemental damage and status damage are not the same thing. They are different. We went through this a bit earlier. They are very different things. Like, this bonus is elemental damage. This bonus is status damage. Those are very different things. But that is an option for Ghostblade. There's also Melee Tyrant's Truth. If you're going the Clawbringer route, if you're going the Blightcaller route, then you're looking at... You want an armor with Stabo primaries that locks you out of Claw, that locks you out of Brutal Stampede. You're looking at Miasmic Mail, Selective Amnesia if you're really confident in your ability to, not die. Mosquito Mail if you, don't care about being too overpowered. No! You got me again. Need Arnold to say get in the water for drill fights. It'd be appropriate with how the drill fight ends. The thumb coming out of the grape Fanta. Elements damage like the font was not satisfied like the words. Yeah, elemental damage is the car and status effects are the exhaust.
Not done yet.
You're doing dumb BS. It's not dumb BS, Craft Knight. Don't put yourself down like that. And it's fine. It's no trouble. I'm happy to provide actionable info that helps people do cool shit in video games. That's all. You are no trouble whatsoever. And don't put yourself down. Gargle Snot? You want to not go immune? It's very unfriendly. Oh, what class you running? Just got the game finally. I think I'm gonna run that Necro style class. Graveborn? So, one of the classes I'm running right now is Graveborn.
At a certain early story progression point, you get the ability to choose a second class, and after you've completed the story, you can freely change that second class to any of the 6, 7 if you have DLC in the game. Your first one is locked in on character creation, but your second one you can change freely. Currently, I'm running a Spell Shot and Graveborn combo, which is considered generally the peak of spellcasting style builds. What kind of playstyle are you looking for? I don't even know. I don't know how I would begin to pronounce your name. But 7. Want to blow shit up? But like how? With what? Because you can blow shit up with anything. Like, what's your poison? Do you want to do it by bonking stuff on the head? You want to do it by casting a bunch of spells? You want to shoot things? Like what's your flavor? You want to do it with status effects, damage over time, spellcaster? Okay. I would recommend starting with Spell Shot. And then once you unlock multiclassing, take Graveborn for your second. And then you'll be good to go. That is like peak spellcaster. Reason why I recommend Spell Shot first is because Spell Shot is just kind of a better class than Graveborn for other purposes. If you ever decide you want to do anything else, like shoot guns. But, yeah. Shut up with your pinky toe and BL3 with the Guardian rank. Guardian rank and BL3 is less impactful than people think it is. Guardian rank stats cap out at either 15 or 13% depending on the stat. Then it's the perks. A lot of the perks are just baseline game functions in this game. But like, you got more stats in BL2, TPS, and this game from their progression systems than Guardian rank gave. Guardian rank had a couple perks in particular, but none of those really gave you damage where you didn't already have damage. Except kind of Hollow Point, but you still need to be able to kill a thing for that. Thinking splash damage aren't really any splash damage builds in this game. That's not true at all. Almost every spell in the entire game, very few exceptions, are area damage. Like, I have area damage on my armor here because it helps out spells. Almost every spell is splash, and there's lots of splash guns, and splash build is not a thing, Archimedes, because splash is something that is always advantageous if your chosen method of damage benefits from it. You always take it. It's like if you're playing a gun build, and you have a gun that happens to deal splash damage, that would fall under splash build. If you're using an action skill that does splash damage, splash build. If you can spell or grenade that does splash damage, splash build. Splash like grenade stuff from BL3. Some of the top grenades in BL3 you don't stack splash for. A Hunter Seeker, for example, is bullets. And grenade stuff is analogous to spell stuff, where area damage is equally important in this game, because almost all spells are splash. Prefer non-damage builds. Wicked Gossip is splash build on its own. I actually prefer to heal my enemies based. There's a shield in BL3 that does that. Having a little chance, he had no chance. He got frorbed. Area damage stuff would be the best. Again, there's no real answer to that. You're right that Burr is the one that has it in tree, but the biggest way to get area damage in this game is on armor. There's 3 locations you can get area damage. Gun enchant, which there's 2 different ones. There's this one, and then there's another one, but that one's pretty hard to activate and is irrelevant in pure single target. There's armor slot, and then there's that one Berserker skill. I can't remember the name. The ancient one, the one with HP and area damage. But yeah, the most common place you're gonna get it is armor. That is the best place to acquire it. And once again, most high-end methods of dealing damage are area damage. Not all, but most. For example, Sword Explosion is area damage. Almost every spell is area damage. Blast Gas, Blast Chill, Spore Fuse, all area damage. Spirit Swarm is area damage. You want area damage on, like, everything. Hey, Castigar. Question, if you had to give a guess how long an average it take from chaos level 1 to 100? So back when 50 was the max, I actually did do, a speed run of sorts of, an already geared build, so above average, going from 1 to 50. And it took me a little over 5 hours. That was with me taking breaks to talk to chat and stuff. So if I'd trimmed the fat and played a build like super well optimized, I probably could have done it in like 4.5. But it takes a bit. Now, there is a permanent mechanic where the runs from 1 to 50, you earn 5 chaos levels per trial. Now, you might not be able to keep up with the increases in HP. You might need to re-gear and not actually accept the jump to 5 each time, but you go up 5 at a time from 1 to 50. So it only takes 10 runs to get to 50 now. Starting today, starting an hour ago actually, there's an in-game event for a week where any runs from 50 plus go up by 4s. So instead of going up by 1s, you go up by 4s. A decently geared build that is like strong. Chaos trials are going to take you anywhere from 6 to like 12 minutes on like a strong build where you already have the game knowledge and everything. So adjust if you're a newer player. And it would only take you, instead of 50 runs, take you a quarter of that. So you can get currently from 1 to 50, from 0 to 50, 0 to 100, I should say, pretty quickly currently. But that is also ignoring the gearing process. That's ignoring your input. And that's ignoring the fact that you don't have to do it all at once. And it is not obligatory to go to C100. Optimal gear farming is actually at C75. Top gear becomes available at C50. Anything beyond that point is just you want the challenge, or you are knowingly signing the waiver for, hey, this is going to be a lot harder for these slightly better rates on gear acquisition. The best balance between acquiring top-end gear and time to do so is C75, because that's where chaos tiers below Primordial are gone from your pool. You only ever get Primordial and Ascended. From there, your chances of Ascended get better, but enemy health gets way higher. I'm playing a very strong build, so I can kill bosses on C100 that fast. But this is a very strong build, and I have 1,600 hours in this game. I play it too much. Spell crit, area damage, all damage be pretty much optimal for Deathshot passes. I would say that all damage, area damage are the ones that are like always going to be optimal on a Deadshot armor. You absolutely want the 3 double knot if you can get it. That's also big. But the most important things in general are going to be the double knot points and the area damage, because you can't get the area damage easily anywhere else, and you can't get the double knot points any other way if you're using Grave Capstone, which is the optimal skill tree. So most important, double knot, area damage. Everything else about the armor is secondary. whether it's the type of armor, whether it's the other two passives, whether it's the chaos tier of the armor, that's all secondary. In terms of perfect stats, all damage would be next. There's arguments for gun damage, spell crit chance, ability damage, depending on what else is going on in your build. So any of those. Movement speed can have a shout. Hey Silverdra, how you doing? And then in terms of, for a pure Deadshot caster, Tyrant's Truth is the most damage. Mosquito's Mantle is also good, but Tyrant's Truth is just the most damage. But there's lots of good options here. The most important thing, you really want the double knot and area damage. And unless you're using a laser hand, you do not want smart armor. That is the only time where you do want smart armor. And even then, smart armor is not optimal there, it's just not detrimental anymore. 23 runs in 6 to 12 minutes, say 7 minutes an average run. 161 minutes. Yeah, that's like real fast. That's assuming no looting, no in between, no breaks, right? Just become a stream reel, get god rolls and everything. Sometimes works. The way I have my Rod Shot build set up, I have Spirit Swarm, but I'm farming for an armor to get double knot. You think it'd be doing better specking a knot or just get it on the armor? Double knot and Spirit Swarm on the same build would require it on the armor because you don't have enough skill points to get it any other way. What's the focus of the build, though? Like, what's the main way you're dealing damage? Double crit barrel maker goes up to 30%. That's interesting. Farmed for Tyrant's Truth for hours the other day, realized it wasn't character done DLC on. I've done that too. It's pain, yeah. I spent a while farming for, it was either a Miasmic Mail or Salt and Battery, like a while ago, a couple months ago. And I'd forgotten that that was on a character. I'd avoided Imelda, so I wouldn't have to deal with her. It do be like that. Yeah, I absolutely do not want more skill points. I know you're memeing. But, like, for the benefit of anyone who would read that and think, I wouldn't mind. Yeah, it would only take 3 more skill points to destroy the build's economy in this game. Irreparably damage, absolutely take a big fat dookie all over everything we love about build crafting. It would take 3 skill points. Only 3. Any more than that just makes the problem worse. So they absolutely nailed it with the level 40 cap on this game and not budging on it. It was a great design choice. Really happy with that. Give us 2? Why? Why? What benefit would that give? Capstone plus T5 is a real issue? Yeah, it would take exactly 3 skill points to do that. Because Capstone with T5 opens up... You can get Double Knot in Tree and Moorheim's Blessing. You can get Alchemical Agent and Blood of the Fallen. You can get Alchemical Agent and Spirit Swarm. Stuff like that. So, like, multi-class combos, they stop having equal use cases across multiple points of distribution. They just become, if you're doing this multi-class, you pick this, or you're suboptimal. It's just, that's it. Like, with Frost Shiver, you no longer have the choice between Executioner's Blade, or getting both T5s, or getting Blood of the Fallen. Like, that's no longer a choice. You just get everything you want.
41's uneven as fuck. That would be frustrating to look at, wouldn't it? Just level 41. Ugh. I don't want to think about that. Feels wrong to say. Yeah, yeah. Using White Rider to apply soaked. And then using times 4 ice spikes for main source of damage. The White Rider, guys and Spirit Swarm being supplementary damage. Okay, so ice spikes have a terrible dot, so your Spirit Swarm from that is nothing. Spirit Swarm's great, but like these are ice spike dots. 83? $28? Whereas things like Wicked Gossip are 3,000. Using the White Rider to apply the Spirit Swarm, actually shooting the gun so I can get soaked, then what are the ice spikes for? In this update, we replace all values with their nearest prime numbers. That'd be such a good April Fool's update, random numbers. Oh, well, level cap is in BL3. Yeah, it's 72. 72 in BL3. Even if they did add more skill points, I don't think they should. But if they did, they should at least go the route of adding it as extra points in the game process, not raising level cap. Yes, because raising level cap would also just cause even more problems, balance-wise, in an incalculable number of areas. But yeah, if they did, then it should be like just points there. Like more hero points, make it so we can max 3 instead of 2 and then 6 out of 10. More hero points would not be harmful. I'd be okay with that. It'd be worse to look at, 41 or 43. Ooh, that's a good question. What do you guys think? Refarming would suck. Refarming would really suck. And it would be completely unnecessary because we have, like, the Chaos tier system. Ascended gear is 8 character levels. Each Chaos tier is 2 character levels. So, like, non-chaotic is level 40. And then chaotic is 42. Volatile is 44. Primordial is 46. Ascended is 48. But if you give us one more level, then, like, people are going to be like, oh, no, all my perfect gear, I got to refarm. Even though it's half a Chaos tier worth of stats. But then again, if you look at how big some of these stat totals get at high Chaos tiers, like, gun damage is almost 50% on an Ascended armor from just one passive. For reference, Stabomancer's Arsenal skill is 3% gun damage per point. It also gives spell and melee. It's 3% to each of them. But 3%. It's fucking nothing. If you get a Shark's Bane or a Fury or Fealty Oath with gun damage, that's over 50%. So those totals would go up, and basically the more levels you give, the less valuable each skill point you have becomes in multiple ways. One, gear gets better, meaning it's a larger percentage of your overall strength, which gear is already more of your build than your skill tree is in this game. Way more than any Borderlands game. Even Borderlands 3, where you can one-shot the highest HP value endgame bosses with 0 skill points invested. Even in that game, skill trees are more of your build than they are in this one. More levels would just make that problem even worse. Game's missing his collectible crumpets. Crystals were supposed to be cookies. I'd be down for that. $41 for the memes. 41 Zubat. Stop it. Stop it. My legs hurt. That's why I'm moving them around so much. Hang on. Trying to get comfy. Question's purely awful. Yeah, I guess 41 would be worse. If I had to pick, say 41's worse. Arsenal's purely for early game for those who are impatient. But, like, at that point, 1 point in Magic Bullets is way more than 1 point in Arsenal. Like, way more. Arsenal's just low value. There's a lot of skills in the skill tree that are just low value compared to gear. There's very few that keep pace with gear, and it's like Magic Bullets, 1 slot, 1 kill, Firebolt, Ascension. There's not a lot of this skill increases this stat that remains desirable in the face of what you can achieve from gear. The most valuable skill points are things that gear can't simulate. Things like, bonus elements. New sources of damage, like Blast Gasp and Double Knot. Alchemical Agent. Things like that are why skill trees are still relevant at all. And further proof of that is Stabomancer has a huge presence in what is considered to be like the meta builds. Stabomancer's tree is awful. It's got a couple of key skills deep in the tree for dots or melee builds. And it's got a good action skill and a very, very, very monstrously overpowered action skill. But the Stabomancer tree itself sucks. The class feat sucks. But that doesn't matter. Because it's got enough there, and most of your power comes from gear anyway.
This should be interesting.
Wastard, finally! I knew we'd get him. I knew we'd get him. Okay. 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 I wasn't at full HP. We didn't get to kill him before he went immune. But it was a good kill. Yeah, I wasn't at full HP for this, and I didn't have crit connoisseur, but like, it was still good. I could totally run a spell damage part here. Spell damage and spell crit, or 2 spell damage parts instead of spell charge radius if I wanted to optimize the Wastard melt with Roar, but maybe I'd do that. That's something that I think could be fun. Like, how would you bully this boss hardest for each archetype of build? Like for melee, where applicable, Blender. Where not applicable, Exiblade. For spells, would it be Frore? Would it be Wicked Gossip? Laser Hand? Like, I think that's a fun thing to think about.
This never happens, honest.
Nullify should impact this build pretty heavily. I'm curious to see quite how it does. Oh, Redmorn. Cool. We'll have to see what immunities Redmorn has this time. Poison, shock, fire. No frost. Redmorn, you didn't prepare. You did not prepare for this.
Back in business.
He's running away.
You flop swaddle?
I understood why people had problems with Wastard. Because he can almost consistently hit you, as Pragmatic said. And people who are absolutely ideologically opposed to the idea of participating in their own boss fights, like they don't want to move, they just want to hold trigger, stand still, and watch the cutscene. Those people absolutely refuse to strafe one step to the left or right, because that's all it takes to dodge Wastard. And he's got one singular mechanic that functioned as a DPS check if you weren't looking at your screen. So those things combined led to people complaining until Wastard was nerfed 5 times. His damage was nerfed 3 times, his AI was nerfed once, and the amount the bird can heal him was nerfed once as well. So 5 separate nerfs to Wastard, and those people are either still complaining or not playing the game. Because the boss was never the problem, it's the player mentality. And that is different from skill issue, because it's not that the people can't do it, it's that they refuse to. I had issues spotting the bird, too many particles on screen, that was all. Yeah, they could have just made it bigger, or more tangible in general. Nothing wrong with that. That would also maybe serve the purpose of telling people what the mechanics are a little more clearly. But there's even more indirect ways they've put Wastard in the backseat in the game. For example, you no longer have to fight Wastard as much while progressing Chaos Trials. Because of the levels that you skip with the skipping by 5s, your first mandatory Wastard is not until... Let's look at this. First mandatory Wastard is... 35. You used to have to fight him on 6. Wastard was hard for some people. The first mandatory one's 35. Hey, boom. Hope you're well. If you're to do a climb to 50, you only have to fight Wastard once. One time. Whereas originally, if you look at that, on launch, going up to Chaos 20, you had to fight him at 6, and then you had to fight him again at 14. When they increased the cap to 35 and allowed you to skip, you know, you get 2 instead of 1 going up to 20. You still had to fight him at 6. Still had to fight him at 14. And then you had to fight him at 27. Yeah, so they just slowly phased Wastard out of the mandatory trials. Chaos relevant all the way to 100. Based on the wording, it certainly seems that way. Issues with Wastard, that's because I misunderstood his mechanics for a while. That is why learning mechanics is important. It is a skill that most people in the gaming space who play games that have bosses have had to learn. Borderlands players, note that Wonderlands is not Borderlands, Borderlands players have had it very easy that very few bosses in the entire history of Borderlands have actually demanded you learn a single relevant mechanic at all. You could have just brute forced all of them, even up to the highest difficulty. And the ones that didn't conform to that, well, you can immediately name those based on how people still complain about them to this day. Master Yi is a good example. Veracitus. Jackenstein. Badassosaurus Rex. Anathema. Scourge. BL1 Craw. I only really can do C100 because I'm stubborn, do a ton of experiments. Experimentation is key. Learning. Learning's fun, Don. You're adorable, no you. Some people refuse to realize what their limits are, like me. I know I'll never see the upper caste tiers. It's okay, I can live with that. And that's a mature mentality that I wish more people would accept. Like, we need to eliminate the stigma on people playing difficulty levels appropriate to their enjoyment. For example, on the occasion I play Doom games, I don't play on Ultra Nightmare or Nightmare. I can't handle that shit. It's not fun for me. I play on Ultraviolets because that's still hard and I still get my ass kicked, but I still get to have a good time and feel like I'm learning and, you know, participating. You don't have to play on the hardest difficulty to enjoy a thing. Hey, Black Joe. I heard you carry that sniper because of crit damage. Wondering how you found the crit chance because I also heard it's hidden. It doesn't quite work that way. So, we carry the sniper to boost the crit damage of Double Knot. Double Knot is gun damage. Double Knot's crit depends on if you body shot with a spell and then you crit on it, so like not on a crit spot, then Double Knot will roll through your gun crit chance, which you can see in your stat screen. Whatever you have here, so 7.6 is my gun crit chance. If I crit on a spell without a weak spot, Double Knot has a 7.6% chance of critting. But if I crit on a weak spot, then because Double Knot is already also on that weak spot, it also crits. Because Double Knot is gun damage. So that's why the sniper boosts it. A lot of looters you can also just brute force through Uber gear, hence why people get so pissy about not even really easily get full suits of Ascended gear. But if they could, they just complain that there's nothing to do, which, you know, they do. So, like difficulty, you don't like deliberate punishment. Difficulty should be rewarding and not just tedious and rage-inducing. I agree, but that's a difficult balance to have, and also it's subjective. Some people rage and throw their controllers from avoidable attacks in this game. But, like, that's not an objective thing. Some people like super punishing forms of difficulty, such as no damage runs. Evil Within infamously has a Kumu difficulty, which is no hit run. It's the hardest difficulty, but if you get hit by anything at all in the entire run, you die. Some people love that shit. Not for me, but it doesn't have to be, because difficulty is subjective, and you should play on one appropriate to you. Thanks, you're welcome. Level 1 naked runs in Soulsborne games. Yeah, those are very popular. What Vraxis said is one of the most popular forms of people liking punishing difficulty. Like, level 1 runs in Souls games are common. Because that fan base likes it. became masochist in the nature of the game. It's not quite that. I maintain the belief that Souls games aren't this mind-numbing difficulty people claim they are. I was paying attention there. I'll happily take the do-over there. They're just punishing. It's learning patterns, and it's repeating until you can execute the appropriate strat consistently. It's a dance. It's just executing a pattern. That's why, for example, if you guys watched GDQ, I believe this was last year, a runner goes by the name of Mitch, did a blindfolded Sekiro run in 2 hours? 2 hours, 10 minutes, something like that? Blindfolded, because that game is entirely based on patterns and repetition. And for people who enjoy that form of difficulty, I love that they have it. Unfortunately, we're in a corner of the internet where a lot of LANs fans like to appoint themselves the arbiter of what difficulties other people are allowed to have. Which is why you'll have people very vocally advocating for, oh, Chaos 100 too much. Oh, they should nerf down boss damage on the hardest difficulty. I'm getting one shot all the time. Yeah, that's your fault. It's not the game's fault, it's your fault. Don't take away options from other people because you refuse to adapt. It's that simple. And there's a lot of bosses in this game that have become less enjoyable for me because of that. Because I, as an individual, enjoy being challenged by bosses in this genre. If you're curious what I'm doing right now, I'm seeing how long it takes for Bernadette to kill me. While I'm just kind of putzing around. Running around with no ward, 3,000 HP. Surviving as long as I am is a fucking crime. It's just... Normalize playing on the difficulty you enjoy and not begrudging people their choices. There should be no stigma on difficulty selection in gaming, ever. People who don't want farm chambers for better gear in order to progress just because they can't dedicated farm. But you can dedicated farm, Braxis. The idea that you can't dedicated farm is misinformation fomented by people who have no interest in playing the game because they don't like the content in the game. That's the long and short of it. Souls in general has proved people enjoy insane difficulty presented with tools to beat it. And they complain about harder content? Exactly. A lot of people find them so difficult because they don't learn the fights, just expect to run at the boss and hit it. Yeah. I feel like Souls-like games have the opposite problem, though. They're set at higher difficulty. There's no option to go easier, especially the Metroidvania type variety. This is where I feel like the Souls community is a place where I'm glad not to be, because there is a stigma on even wanting an easier difficulty there. I think that if people want to experience, like, the narrative of a game, for example, or they just want to chill, like, I don't think having an easy mode is a bad thing. It's accessibility at that point. Like, especially what if you have, disabled people who want to enjoy a game, people who are visually impaired, or people who only have one hand or no hands. Like what happens then? Like, what if they want to give you their money to play your product and experience the results of all of your hard work as developers? Like, at that point, you should have the accessibility, and you shouldn't listen to the fans who are trying to fucking gatekeep that shit. So I think easy mode should be an option somewhere in almost every game. I know there's an argument for artistic integrity and, you know, adhering to your creative vision of it being a punishing experience, etc., etc. But I also think that it should be elective. Not all games are for all people. That is part of the conversation. But, like, difficulty should be a spectrum where people feel comfortable being
at whatever point on that spectrum they're having a good time. Because video games are ultimately for fun, right? Repost, I like to play through a game in a lower difficulty for the story and learning the game, replay in a higher difficulty for the challenge. I do that with a lot of games as well. Remnant Best Souls like choosable difficulty. Yeah. Do what you could teleport straight to DLC bosses. Hate running the whole DLC trying to get me Azvic. Only to waste my time, never get the damn thing from the wheel. Even if you could, you'd have better rates from the wheel or the bunnies, Craft Knight. Like, the solution is already there. You're just choosing not to use it. Like, let's say, hypothetically, you could just teleport right to the boss. Well, they have shit drop rates. They can technically drop it, but the rates are shit. Because DLC bosses have crowded pools and no additional waiting to give you their drops. Beyond, what a standard boss would have. So it's a huge time investment for the same as a boss that is not a huge time investment. Or you could go to a wheel that does have the waiting, and is much more efficient in general, per time spent and resources required, and per player input. Or you could go to the bunnies, which allow you to customize the way you want to farm.
Down took ages. So, if I understand correctly, our strategy is to wait here and let the bad guys tyrannize the world uncontested until they get bored and give up. That's a brilliant plan. Perfect fire.
The luck must be awful. I've gotten maybe 4 Massive Meals ever. That's with probably 1 Milk Crystal the Bunny. That's exceptionally bad luck. Those rates are not going to get better from the boss. It's just not. This is part of why it's been suggested a few times that mirror bosses should have some guaranteed drops, considering they're a time investment, and they are the least efficient way of farming the gear assigned to them. It's still possible to dedicated farm from them, but it's not efficient. There are base game bosses that are efficient to farm. Spin an Immortal Shell? I've never played it personally. I don't know much about it other than it is disliked in some elitist circles that make me want to like it. I feel like Elden Ring had a good balance of being punishing, but not as bad as previous titles. I would agree with that, Braxis, from all the content I've consumed of that. It's definitely no, like, Bloodborne difficulty-wise. Bloodborne being one I have played. But it certainly gives you the tools to customize your situation to your benefit or detriment, which is a good way of doing elective difficulty. I think if future games have Daddy Farm needs a redesign, better drops for how many parts the item have and how long the fight takes. Like Scourge, for example, it should have had like 5 guaranteed drops each kill. Wotan guarantees you 3 dedicated drops per section of the boss. So 3 for the body, 3 for the head, 3 for the legs. Not 3 for the legs. 3 for the body, 3 for the brain, 3 for the torso. So 3 to 9 dedicated drops, because each one rolls 1 to 3. Scourge was only given 1 pool of 1 to 3, plus the ability to drop Mayhem 6 exclusives in a 4th slot. Scourge and Wotan both have cosmetics in their pools eating the slot, so even those implementations weren't perfect, but they were certainly better. Dedicated farming as a system is, one, it's out of line with how looters as a genre work. Look at looters that are not lands games.
you're not going to farm a basic enemy through load screen resetting or any sort of resetting ad nauseum for fucking anything. You don't do that because that's bad game design. Wonderland's moving away from that is good game design. Giving ways to target farm gear that are not endlessly resetting a minor enemy is good game design. Farming Arbiter flashbacks? Yeah, it was an issue in Outriders for a bit, and they're like, we don't like this. We want you to actually play our video game. Which dedicated farming fundamentally isn't. Now, if it's steady farming that goes through an activity, and then at the end, you are guaranteed a piece of loot or a selection of loot, that's a good way of target farming that forces people to actually play the video game. And that is what takedown bosses in Borderlands 3 did. That is what Chaos Chamber does. Just my 2 cents there. Needs a UI and screen overall. Separate issue, but I don't disagree. That's a cube with 2 radius parts and status chance. Holy Giga Chad. That's really good. Gotta go have fun, y'all. Take it easy, Boom. I like the UI, especially gear cards in Wonderland, so much better than Borderlands. So, like, I'm assuming there's an asterisk next to that Jamlot, specifying like when they work, right? That's a good Dazzler. That's a really good Dazzler. I want that. That was almost a really good laser hand. That crit chance kind of ruined it. Does if you really want to fight the bosses, just do a boss run Chaos Chamber? Yeah, exactly. And Boss Rush was a fan request that was implemented and well received. But we had 3 responses to that. We had one response which was, oh, cool, I'm playing this game, I'll enjoy that. Second response was, oh, cool, I will pretend it didn't happen and continue lobbing insults at the game and pretending they're not listening or fixing anything. And then 3 was people who were like, oh, okay. Anyway, back to what I like. It's random and a lot more fun than save quitting. Yeah, it's because you're playing the game. There's a difference. Like, in a save quit farm, even with a fast load screen, you are spending a mathematical majority of your time not playing the video game. It's that simple. You get a similar ratio of gameplay if you set yourself a timer, allowed yourself to play for 10 seconds, and then you ran a script that would pull up a random item model from the game associated with a number that rolls on a die. You could write a script where your computer rolls 20-sided die and has a different item associated with each of those. There you go. You've accomplished save quit farming. Doesn't sound fun, right? You're allowed to run around for 10 seconds and then you have to wait through that. Then you have to do the same 10 seconds of the game you just did. Pretty shit. Hey, Tiger End Games. Welcome in. How you doing? I really enjoyed playing BL3 co-op with my girlfriend and just stumbled upon this title on sale for Steam. Would you recommend picking this game up for some fun co-op experience? It's weird, I haven't seen people talk about this game at all. So, I love this game. This game has a fun playthrough, especially co-op. It's got a lot of flavor, a lot of personality to it, and it's got a really fun endgame. If you play any dungeon crawler games like Diablo, Path of Exile, then you'll really like the endgame content of this game, because that's what it fundamentally is. It's a dungeon crawler in like a Borderlands meat suit. If that's not your vibe, and you just like story playthroughs and the cooperative experience, then this game has that too. I will say it's a little more content light in terms of post-launch additional story content. There's some, but it's very, very bite-sized. So if you're expecting like the abundance of side stories you find in Borderlands 3 and 2's DLC seasons, it doesn't have that, but this game does have more story stuff in the base game itself. Decent Calamity. It's trying. I think I'll do one more run. We'll do one with Wicked Gossip. Nice little send-off. I was gonna stop earlier, but I'm having fun just chatting with you guys whilst I do the pew-pew. This is crazy with some spells. I don't want to pass this up. But it doesn't help me with this build. I'll just stick with what I got.
Think you can make it?
Actually sounds amazing. Thanks a lot. I can pick it up for sure. One last question if you don't mind. All characters viable? I don't mind at all. All characters are viable. All characters are viable, especially for the story. Honestly, for the story, there's no real wrong or right answer. For endgame, some characters have more of a struggle than others, but all combinations of character classes, of which there's 7 classes, 6 in the base game, 1 in DLC, they're all viable. Some will get more or less attractive depending on what flavor of gameplay you like. Like, if you want to do a spellcaster build, then the classes I'm currently running are optimal. You can do it on others. It'll be less impactful, but you can do it. Watch that pig word? Yeah. Didn't one-shot Zomboss this time. That was my bad aim. That was a 59 mil ricochet. Wicked Gossip's crazy. Aiming's hard, to be fair. It is, Slushy. Wait, was that a trap? Was that bait? Am I supposed to just be a god at aiming? Why'd you go up there? I wanted a fast run. I gotta be like that, Nightmare. I wonder what I'm aiming at very frequently.
don't even know what that mini boss was. We're moving on. This is a fast run. I want to see how this times out. Warpinar. Ooh. This could be a juicy one. Ooh. Ooh. How fast was that? 323. That's pretty good. Top 40%. I wish that was accurate. Oh, straight moist. Yeah, 323 for a spellcasting build is pretty good. Love builds that require less aiming. Due to some nerve damage, I acquired to be a football player for some time. Pretty shaky hands, aiming is my strong suit. Yeah, I have intermittent fine motor control issues. Usually it's not an issue in my hands, but some days it is. So some days I am fighting uphill to aim, but it's on top of also just I've gotten so used to not aiming in builds and lands games that I don't. When I'm playing other games, my aim's a little bit better. But for some reason, we get into a lands game, it's like, oh good, I don't have to do this anymore. It just gets worse. I don't know what it is. I was rubbing mayo on thighs. Well done, Urban Mech. You've killed my stream. You've killed it. It's dead. Have to end it now. How did we circle back around to that? Oh no. No, Felicia's here, so I'm not gonna end. We are not gonna with that, Felicia. We'll do another run. We'll do another run. We'll do another run. I know I said one more like 3 runs ago. We'll do another one. I haven't done a laser hand run today, have I? I don't think so. Let's do laser hand run. Bad influence. The best influence. What do you mean? Also had 0 spell kills. Uh-huh. Never get spell kills on spell build. Quote me on that. Don't do it. If you get spell kills on your spell build, you're a bad person. Hey, that was fast. Risk Rain 2 enjoyers. Amen. I've been known to risk some rain from time to time. It's been a bit, but did some Risk Rain 2 during the 24-hour stream in September. Sir Doc Summer with builds, trying to experiment with a variety of stuff lately. So, community builds document for Wonderlands, a la what we did with BL3, is in the works. It's slow going because I'm busy. I'm leading the charge on it, but I also am multitasking with a lot of stuff and being a bit particular about the details. And also, the people I trust with helping me with the project are also very busy as of late. Lazy is juggling, work and stream and personal life. Sen is juggling the same stuff plus school. Stone Swan's working. You know, Priz I can bully into participating in the conversation, but doesn't play the game. So it's slow going, but my goal is to have that in some sort of public state by the end of the calendar year for Axis. So by 2023, provided everything goes well, build stock for Wonderlands will be available. Going to stream God of War Ragnarok, some of your PS4 works, or just play offline? I have no plans to stream it, Roddy. I'll just be playing that one offline. Guys need any help, feel free to let me know. I appreciate that, Slushy. Indexing seems like it's going to be a massive task. That's one of the biggest, yeah. Indexing, formatting. It's the main thing. So far, it's just really fancy the. No, so far it's, one prototype build write-up with most of the formatting I would want in place. And then it's got a resources page with like 8 placeholders. Of like, hey, this is a resource I want to link to that doesn't exist yet. This is a resource I want to link to that hasn't been finished yet. Like, that stuff. The biggest hang-up is the resources on the front page, which I know I could finish at a later date, but I want to have at least a good centralized hub of information within the build stock, because the BL3 ones had a lot of that. Like, the Zane doc inside of it had a lot of helpful explanations on why some of the things Zane could do aren't as straightforward as they seem. The Flak doc had an extensive link of extensive page of like links to this is the formula for this pet. These are the skills that are predetermined. This is why this class mod works weird. All that stuff. I want all the relevant information to be available and as easily consumed as it is with the BL3 build stocks, because those are still used to this day frequently. So just high standard of quality, you know? It's a 29 mil. At least the art's ready. The art is ready. Thank you for that, by the way. Laserhand build looks like Oprah. She's giving out death. So yeah, of direct damage dealing spells, I would say only Laserhand and Wicked Gossip are like of this level. But there's a lot of spells that within their own niches can come close. Like Frozen Orb Twister obviously did a lot of work today. But that is a thing. Gonna be Google Docs? Yes. Not found. Get it? Because it's 404? I'm funny. Love me. Something on Twitter and thread about ways to smooth out a transition. Apparently there's a brand of Japanese candy called Must Up. Those models and trends people take as a tune-up because it's high soy and estrogen content. Huh. The more you know. On this build, can't find the light switch at night build, you know, because of the outstretched arms. There's a joke about outstretched arms in there, but I'm above it. I don't talk much, but I keep up all the details of the game. Yeah, I know you're very involved, Slushy, and I do like building up a community of people who are enthusiastic about the details, such as yourself. I'll just BL3 Spaghetti Matt do this thing, and we got all the info for it. We got all the receipts. But yeah. Is Lazy on today? Probably not, huh? Lazy's probably got work today. Because he said hi earlier, so that was likely a pre-work thing. Let's see who's live, and we can one more. No, I'm tired and my stomach hurts. I've had something of a tummy situation this morning that I need to continue. A bunch of weird math things in stock. Yeah, Sun's been working on some of that stuff for like a sort of spiritual successor to Priz's Gearology. But let's see who's live. We can bring the love over to. K6, Pascaroni, Perak all doing the hunts. Mitsu's playing New Tales. Ruka's on Fortnite. Tweety's doing her subathon still. Let's go to Perak. Join the raid. Let's go say hi to our good friend Sheriff Perak. She's doing The Hunt, which, if you're not familiar, is a community event raising money for St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. So if you want to help contribute to the campaign, you can do so over there. If prizes help motivate you, there are prizes for donating. Even $1 gets you in the pool for that. And if you want to help out one of our dear friends in her efforts raising money for sick children, then you don't need to just financially contribute. You can just be a fly on the wall, pad the viewer numbers by hanging out, which gets more people in, and some of those people have loose wallets. So you can help out kids by just saying hi and hanging out with a good content creator, and once again, a dear friend of ours. So let's get some Quag Chads in, or Quag Raid, etc., etc. Say hi. I'm gonna go poop. Y'all are cool. Take it easy.
I hate getting it.